Mm-hmm. What's that?
Looking out upon the shore, I found balance and so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines, and show me what's in reality. And I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your cognition sees. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Wednesday. It's Hump Day, and well, it's seeing as we've been going over the Bedford levels. It's rather fitting that we had come to Hump Day and find ourselves in this spot of the bridge, the high spot of the week, high spot of the bridge. Well, I mean, high spot, all at the same elevation, right? So some people may think of it as straight and no bridge there at all, and some people put a curvature to it, put a high spot in the middle, so they're always looking down at a drop, but then not recognize the drop as being a drop because there is no drop. So they end up looking for a drop without a drop. It's rather strange. And no wonder that they get confused. So the hump. I thought we'd go over some of the stuff. Don't know, I'm just freestyling this. Oh, hey, Rob. Long time no see. I might be able to get up tomorrow morning. I'll see. It's oh no, sorry, Rob. Got to send my car in for a service. Got to go tomorrow morning. It's a shame. Yeah, Rob said he's down in this way. Yeah, that's a pity, that. Yeah, we've had some people in over the last few days. Talking about their model. Like, just this morning we had Ruhif in. Talking, well, I don't know. It seems like I know they say that we don't understand geometry and we don't understand mathematics and all of that, but I think they're assuming we're flat earthers, which we're not. And some of us do have a pretty good understanding of both mathematics and geometry and actually how they link together. But the problem that we have at the minute, or I think the problem that these other people have at the minute, is that they can't quite sort out a problem. It's like a geometric problem, but it's a logical problem that can be sorted in the mind. Only sorted in the mind, these problems. And some people, for some reason, don't seem to see or hear answers when they're given. Quite obviously so. We've been discussing it quite heavily over the last few days. Yeah, Pat. Yeah, I think he got took down. They're always. He said they kept getting him struck. He takes clips from other people, so that's the way it is. That's why you should really try and stick to doing your own stuff. It's a shame. Yeah, so people are coming around trying to explain their model to us, but because it's a model that they've made up in their own heads, that's not formulated on logic, they're unable to express what it is that they're talking about. So this being Wednesday in Trivium and all that is the importance of the words that we use and how they are used to formulate these logical statements that you can reason, you can use your mind to work these problems out and come to conclusions. Now, we've had a perfect example today. Saragaki, after listening to a conversation with Tina the other day, came up with an idea where what's the most basic sort of proof in order for you to teach somebody how a geometric mathematical proof is laid out, and how that works cognitively, how you process that information and how it's laid out systematically for you to follow the steps. We were trying to explain it today, and there's obviously a break somewhere, because people are obviously seeing something completely different. Yeah, Gadget's pointing out that we have people coming in with voice changes, but I mean, Alpha's, Brenda. No, what's he called? Level level relative to what, has actually been in here. I've been on the live show with the voice changer, has he? Or has he always left before? I can't remember. But I thought he came on here. Yeah, so we have people come round here who are defending the globe model against just us saying like geometric facts with provable proofs, right? We're not flat earthers. Yet they come in here trying to defend a model. We're not attacking a model. We're just stating geometric facts. Showing people what a geometric proof looks like. With very base, simple facts. We call it advanced simplicity. Get as simple as you can possibly get and build up from there. And should I get that thing? I'll put it on screen. Tina inspired. Put it on for the there you go. So it's on for the YouTube. I'll get it. Have you got it? Saragaki, is he in here? Do you want to?
Yeah, I can link it.
Put it on there. Right, so this is just a very, very simple series of statements that Saragaki brought to us. Saragaki was the guy when we first did t-shirt logic. Saragaki saw t-shirt logic and thought, "Wow, that makes sense. I'd like to talk to the people that did that." And he came in and has added very simple, basic logical statements ever since. So what we have here is like a result of, I don't know, it is advanced simplicity, isn't it? It's like, how basic can you make something within a proof system to show people what is a proof, that everybody should be able to understand this. So at the top, we have P equals P, law of identity. The object is the object. The thing is the thing. P and not P is the next one. Like, it's just it cannot be it's P or not P, isn't it, that one?
Yep.
It's like either it is or it isn't. Basic logical statement is either true or false. There is no it either is or it isn't. Simple statement, logic. To keep everything simple, that's why mathematics is built on these laws also. And then you've got not P and not P. It can't be the contradict itself. It cannot be P and not P at the same time. So it's not allowed to be a contradictory statement. And the double negative, not P, is P. The two negatives cancel each other out. Right, so simple statements. Saragaki says vertical P is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. Vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. Now, is that an assumption, or is that like that is an established fact? There's no assumption there. Vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. Statement. From that, vertical is a straight line established by a plumb bob. In reality, that's how you establish a vertical. Don't just draw it on a piece of paper. Vertical is a real life thing. You get a plumb bob and you hang it. You hold it. It is a perpendicle. So from that, you can say vertical equals a plumb bob. It's the same thing. The tool is the tool that establishes a vertical. And then a plumb bob, plumb is a straight line perpendicular to level. Another statement. I think everyone would go along with that. On whatever model you have, it is a truth that plumb bob is perpendicular to level. They're just statements. Anyone could disagree with them or agree with them or whatever. So there's 4 statements made, and then axiom 1, the base axiom, sometimes called common notions, because they think they transcend just geometry into mathematics and everything, really. It says, things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. Therefore, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, and vertical is perpendicular to level. Therefore, vertical, horizontal, plumb, and level are the same. You can call it equivocate the same thing. Vertical is plumb, which is perpendicular to both horizontal and level. Vertical is plumb, then horizontal is level. Vertical is perpendicular to level, as vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah, meaning horizontal and level has to be the same thing.
Logically.
Yep. And an example for the axiom, things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. I used an example earlier. I think it's a good one. How 1 plus 4 equals 5. 2 plus 3 equals 5. Therefore, 1 plus 4 equals 2 plus 3. That's the idea here. Because horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and level is perpendicular to vertical, meaning they are the same thing. They equal the same thing. They're both perpendicular to vertical. Therefore, they must be the same thing, logically.
Which they are. If you listen to anybody talking about it, they are the same thing. There's only one group of people that don't believe they're the same thing, and that's because they're model afflicted. The model dictates that they cannot have these things being the same. But I mean, this is a very simple mathematical proof. Well, I mean, some may call it mathematical. I would definitely call it mathematical, because you're talking about straight lines, perpendicular, vertical, horizontal. What else have we got on there? Things that are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. Yeah. completely
this
mathematical.
statement is logical. It is this is one of the first principles of reasoning. This sentence, things which are equal to the same thing, because it doesn't matter what the thing is. You can talk about anything.
Mhm.
It doesn't need to be geometrics or whatever. Anything you are talking about, if they are equal, therefore they are equal to each other. If we are comparing two things to another thing, whatever it is, you can compare cars, lines, geometric figures, whatever. This is principle of thinking here.
Yeah, it's base logic, isn't it? It's like this is the sort of thing that we. I don't know whether to say we're forced into doing, but this is the sort of stuff we like doing. We like to make things as simple as possible. Now, call that childlike, or if you want to try and say that, but I mean, this is advanced simplicity, and it gets pretty deep.
Simple is best. Ancient Chinese saying.
Yeah, when you realize how far you have to go back to get your understanding straight again, you can go quite a far way. And geometry does definitely give you a firm base, and this logic will definitely, help you understand. You won't be swayed by bullshit. The moment you start doing this reasoning for yourself. So yeah, that was good, because we did go over that earlier, didn't we? And I don't think it quite got explained, because obviously the voice changer guy was over talking, totally triggered. And you'll find that a lot of people don't like this idea of proof. They can't see it.
This proof is axiomatic. This sentence is an axiom. So you cannot disprove that. It's impossible to disprove this sentence.
But that's how he links the first few statements with that axiom to come to a conclusion. Now that process is a very logical step, to be able to relate a few things together with a fundamental understanding of something. They're called common notions. They're that should be common sense, really.
Mm-hmm.
But we use that common sense step to be able to relate the first statements to the conclusion afterwards.
I would say that this is application of this axiom, because and it is applicable for everything. That's why it can be broadly used for pretty much everything.
Mm. Well, we'll
Because,
see how they can talk about it. This should be very easy to talk about. I mean, it does look very mathematical, doesn't it? Do you reckon we could tart it up a bit?
This example is geometrical, but this sentence itself, it's pure logic statement. That's why it is called first principles of reasoning. So this sentence belongs to these first principles of reasoning.
And I think it's a nice one to show because, to me anyway, logic is about reducing an argument down to a point where you can show it either is or isn't, yes or no, 1 or 0, right? You'll be able to show that something either is equal to something else or that it is not equal to something else. So that's why I think this first principle statement here is such a good one to bring up, because it's also very simple to understand as far as I can tell.
Yes, because you cannot dumb down to something more simple than it is or it is not. This is the simplest way to discern between things. They are or they are not. Because if you are predicating about them, this is more complicated, but because you are talking about thing that is white or blue or whatever, and this is not so much ontological. This is not to be or not to be. To be or not to be, it is the most simple way to establish a conclusion or process of thinking, whatever. Be or not to be.
And that's why in the premise, the first one being that vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal, it's a statement of fact. Vertical is. This is what it is, and you have to pinpoint what something is before you can relate it to something else.
Yes, so in the first sentence we have a definition, what it is, and in relation to something else, to horizontal.
And that's what a vertical line is. It is perpendicular to horizontal. That's what defines the vertical line. Any line that is not perpendicular to horizontal is therefore not vertical.
Yes.
And the next step after that is to link the vertical to, since we want to prove it in reality, right? Not just say stuff about stuff on paper. We want to actually bring it to real life, make it tangible. So we relate that vertical to the tool, which actually establishes that vertical in reality, the plumb bob. So the plumb bob, the line that you create for reference with the plumb bob, is a vertical line. That's what that tool does. It creates a vertical line. So now we know that a plumb line is a vertical line by that tool. And then you can move forward from there by knowing that plumb, aka vertical, is a straight line perpendicular to level, which of course is the tool we use in reality to establish a horizontal plane of reference. It's a perpendicular relationship there as well. But knowing that plumb and vertical is the same thing, we can then set up this logical statement below, using axiom 1 to show that horizontal and level must be equal to each other. They are the same thing.
And I would say that plumb bob is first before vertical, because first we can see plumb bob and then we can call it vertical. Same to horizontal. First we can see horizon and then we can call the line or plane horizontal, because horizontal is adjective to horizon. So if you are creating adjective to horizon, it means that you have to have a horizon first to predicate upon it.
Right, yeah, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm.
So I think this is from our experience, common sense. Plumb bob, common sense. Horizon, common sense.
I've got a video set up here now. Whether to set this up or everybody okay with the vertical? I mean, it does sound really weird, but vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, just like plumb and level are perpendicular. They are the same thing. You can link plumb to vertical, then you can definitely link level to being horizontal. Now that's a pretty simple thing, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows it anyway, especially if you've been listening to us for any amount of time. The geometric proofs are there. Yeah.
We have memes of that as well.
Yes, I might doing a series of memes and GIFs at the minute. Okay, so is everybody okay with that? I mean, everybody in here should be all right with vertical and horizontal being perpendicular.
Yeah.
Plumb and level, they're also perpendicular.
Yeah.
And a plumb bob is definitely a tool for establishing a vertical in reality.
No question about it.
Sorted. Just basic facts.
Yeah.
And conclusion is that level and horizontal are parallel. They have to be.
They are the same thing. The very same thing. It's just like I've been saying all along. Plumb and level are just the practical words used for vertical and horizontal. Vertical and horizontal are the geometric sort of terms. Plumb and level are just the everyday common usage for those things. They are the same. Okay. Now, we went out the other day to do did the sunset, and I took a few of the shots that everybody's been seeing in the YouTube chat. But this is a new one that my son filmed. Now this is from the normal P1000, very fine camera. So we had I was using that one, but my son was using the infrared P1000, a very fine camera. And you guys you can see that in the I'm going to play it for you guys, but I put it on the thing. So this is I don't know what I'm titling it. I'm playing it now. So any comments about it or whatever? There is a band that's there. Now this is after sunset. The sun's already gone down. And this is well, you can see there are
infrared.
Yeah, this is infrared on like he puts it on a black and white mode. I don't know what he does to it, but yeah, this is what he does in order to get the best view that he can try and take. But that, yeah, you can see the birds flying past in the background, and you can see that they do disappear into a band, but it isn't in the middle of where those, I'm calling them perpendicular lines, the straight lines.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I said, look at that, an infrared shower.
Yeah. But it's
a shower of lines. Yeah.
I can see also reflections when these birds are going down to.
Yeah.
you can see reflections of this part which is just beyond this apparent horizon, which I think it is not, because it, but there are reflections right now.
Yeah, quite tall as well. You know, the straight lines go up a lot higher than where this where the, like, I don't know, we call it the mirroring band is. That is good when those birds come in and out of it.
Yeah, this is a really good shot for more than one reason.
What was distance on it is I think it is just at sea, so there is no land over there, so
Yes. Isle of Man is in that direction-ish. Across there, because that's the stretch of water where you can see the Isle of Man under the right conditions. And we have seen the Isle of Man there. Probably within these sort of conditions. I've never seen these like perpendicular lines though before. They're almost like crepuscular rays or something, but the sun's gone. Well, I mean, might have gone, but I don't know whether it's gone wherever that is. Literally just gone down. So it looks like a scene from an old Godzilla movie. It does, doesn't it? It looks really, really good when he does this type of filming. He wants to do photography when he goes to college. You speed it up as well, and it looks a little bit weird. But you can definitely see that I would call that like a Fata Morgana band, where I think there's an inversion above, but I mean, I don't know what's there to be inverted.
I'd say that if if the sky is reflecting on this surface, so it is hard, and nothing. There is nothing more to discern. It is very hard to say where the horizon really is, because you don't have that line, that termination line. Which is clear to see. So sometimes enhancing contrast can help, but not always. But without any distinctive point, it's hard to say where this reflection starts and where real sky is real and where it is reflection.
Which is why they don't know where the horizon is. It's an apparent position, right? How would you possibly know where it is?
In that case, you cannot see. You can see only where there is some obstacle in the way and it's reflecting. So you can see that, oh, here we have reflection, therefore horizon is there, or maybe even behind that, but not closer.
Yeah, you can see that there's definitely a mirroring band there, and you with the birds flying past, you can see they just disappear at times into that band. I mean, it's definitely there in the distance, and it's affecting the birds that are flying past. So that to me would be enough to say, well, the horizon is obviously marked as an apparent position where the sky appears to me, because like it's pretty obvious from that. I mean, although this is a P1000, so not most people don't get chance to look at it this big. You know, they don't get the magnification of this. You'd never see this with your eye. You need a piece of equipment like a P1000, P900, something like that.
Yes, but without magnification, it would be that too small to see these particular things, or birds even, I think.
But in saying that, sometimes that band is that big that you can see it with your eye. Right? There are things that you can see in the distance with your eye when you are there and you are looking for this. Once you know. But then you also need all of the other conditions and whatnot to be able to see it. Now you can see that there's a nice little line in the distance. Remember, this is a infrared, so there may be more that we can pull out of it that I don't know, because I have not started trying to do that yet. But there'll be more within the picture that we could get out of it, I would imagine. And this being the place that it is, this is a common thing. We see this sort of stuff regular. That was just a Logos derived trip out to but I mean it's good footage. There is a bit near the end, 20 minutes. This bit's a bit. Yeah, we were there, we were filming a sunset, and he said he couldn't get the infrared to actually do the sunset. It was too bright or not right, you know, like it wasn't. So we didn't actually get any pictures of the sunset with the infrared. So this was just filming afterwards while I was filming the boats. So I think I put the boats on yesterday. Don't know, Rob. I think he backed it off to make sure it was in the optical zoom range. But he does put it into like a black and white mode. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the Isle of Man is somewhere in the background over there in that direction. But like, how do you tell what's in the background? It's only something I always said to him. All we want really is a few nice shots for in the background. There is a bit at the end here you might like. But I find it fascinating just watching it, because it doesn't look like you would imagine, does it? Those waves there, what you would say is at the horizon, they don't look natural. And once you know that there is a band there, and that's just the leading edge that disappears. If you take that from the Bedford footage that we had yesterday, there is that leading edge of the water where there's a ripple, and then beyond that, just mirror, disappears.
Yes, I would say that this is the line beyond which the water creates so smooth surface that it is mirroring. And if this water was still and smooth, all like on the lake, for example, very calm lake, this reflection would be to your feet. But only very far you have so narrow angle that not very smooth surface creates enough smooth surface because of this narrow angle. That's me. This is my interpretation.
Yeah. There's always that leading edge where it seems like there's a big wave or a ripple or what not. And on the Bedford Canal, it was still, but it showed that like a big ripple at one point, and then everything beyond it just vanished, turns into a reflection.
Yes, because I think this is because this angle is narrow enough to reflect. Because if you have narrow angle, this surface seems to be smooth as mirror.
Yeah, because you can see the clouds in the background. Well, you say clouds. We literally had a sunset and there were no clouds, or the sun seemed to go straight through them as if they weren't there. And then this is, I couldn't see these. This is just literally through the infrared, these clouds. They weren't visible like this to the eye or the other P1000. This is literally a mode that my lab puts through the infrared camera. But you can see that there is definitely like a bit where there is a mirroring right in the middle of that, call it a cloud or whatever.
Yes, it was clearly visible last time with the song of Buster, with this sunset, when this sun was closing to, it was above this apparent horizon, this line, and suddenly the sun was reflecting on the surface beyond horizon, seemingly. So the sun was touching its mirror. So it means for me that this leading edge is not really horizon. It's just a limit of our resolution, and then we have so narrow angle that it would reflect everything, like sun in this footage.
You see the other P1000 in color. Well, it was filming something else. The other P1000, but yeah, I think I've got the video for. I'll upload it on the Buster thing.
It was like yesterday or day or before yesterday at the end of the show. I think you put that this film with sun setting sun with song of Buster.
Yeah, I don't know which one was it. Insane. I'll do that while you guys are looking at this. Yeah, I did. Every time we go out now, I'm always thinking like what we should have done and get some more shots. I think I've uploaded that. Right, this is about 20 minutes of this footage, but there's a little bit right at the end that I thought you should see.
Yes,
So-
it's getting dark and it's less to discern.
Yeah, he said it was, that band slowly started shrinking down. And it got to a bit. But
Or just it has just the same color of this dark part of the sky, and it is utterly not distinguishable.
yeah, Rob, we're going to go. I said that to him today. We're going to go to Bedford. And I said this sort of a shot over the Bedford with us. Hopefully we can get to the other end of the canal and sit on the bridge at both ends with high vis vests and stuff. No, you can still see it there. It's right in the middle. The band is right in. It's still there. And I think I was saying to my lad, I think what this is because we're in they call it a coastal plain in the land, and the land is surrounded by the Welsh hills on one side, the Pennines sort of to the rear, and then the Cumbrian Mountains to the right hand side, and we're trapped in the middle of a big flat plain. They call it a coastal plain. So all of the air within that whole bit is still, and you can see when we were panning round on this, the windmills that are out there weren't turning at all. There's no wind, so all of that air gets to sit right in this bit, and that's obviously over the water. The compression factor that occurs as you're looking over has a lot of stuff there in the distance. And these sort of effects happen quite a lot. We've caught quite a few Fata Morganas. Now, can you see that in the far right hand side?
Yes, but I cannot distinct what it is.
It's a windmill blade. Look at the size of it.
Wow, man.
It's a monster.
It's alive.
So what happens in this band is a massive magnification.
I was just going to say it's like a lens.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's an inversion in it. Like there is a mirroring in that.
And it's definitely not in the water.
Yeah, it's definitely not chopping through the water, that thing. It's
an illusion.
yeah. So I like that would say this is right at the end. And it's like, why couldn't that band that he was looking at have been over there right at the beginning and we could have been watching this? There is a field of windmills. Field. Like one of the biggest windmill farms in the world are out there in that North Sea. So I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So that's the end of the clip for you guys, but the guys in YouTube can just keep watching it. I think it'll just loop over and over and over. I think we'll go back out there next time. It's well worth doing that sort of a thing, isn't it? Leaving it on a time lapse. I don't know what else to say about it. Don't think I've ever seen the vertical lines within that because it's after sunset. Let me see if I can find a Buster song. Insane Sunset. I need to make a brew. So what I'm going to do is the sunset that I filmed in the P1000, I played it the other day. I'm going to play it again on YouTube for you guys. So are you going to have like 5 minutes, I think, to just chill out for a bit? I'm going to go make a brew. Listen to Live Buster.
Wish I could work in some more licks. contradiction between fact and fiction. I know you never back your claims. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your pride right in front of your feet. Straight lines converge in the distance. Why do I get so much resistance? I know you never prove me wrong. All we get are physics deniers, pathologic compulsive liars. I know you never prove me wrong. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your path right in front of your feet. Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion. We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane. You try to explain your stupid tangents. I can see why everybody's so frantic. I know you never back your claims. It's like driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And they pour your path
Buster's
right
so
in
good.
front of your feet. Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion. Oh, we all know you're insane. We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
And we are back. Welcome back. That was just a little interlude. Gadget asked for the other footage. Let's see whether I can put the beat, the boat as well. There you go. This is some of the other footage as well. Boat just slowly going away. Just for you to look at. Where were we? Oh, we just gone over that thingy footage. I don't know what to call it, but I think we'll be getting a few more of these sort of shots. I mean, there's a shipping lane there, so the boat's going in and out of it. But I think what we're after is looking at that the bit where funny stuff happens. Yeah, you'll see with the boat. that that band is already there. You can see it at the beginning. But yeah, we didn't want to. I didn't want to get too much into the camera footage. I just thought that was something that we did the other day, and if I don't talk about it or show it, then it'll probably never get seen. We've got loads of them sort of footage that we've I don't know, just never shown. So I might start showing some of those in the pictures in the video for people. This one's a good one with a boat. Yeah, we've had people coming in and talking about this. I don't know, the unparalleledness of horizontal lines. We've even had a few people come around and with some sort of an idea of a proof, even though they should know that the globe doesn't have any proofs of anything. Oh.
It seems to boil down to just geometrically absurd diagrams. Equivocated as being proof, when of course it's geometrically absurd. The very thing that you have to base a proof on, logic, geometry, being sort of taken for a joke in these diagrams that some people show. I don't know how to explain it. It's so bad.
I think the model, you hear it on my model as if you can just replace a logical system from reality and replace a model. That's why we say model affliction. Their model derives just about everything, and like Saragaki says, it's bad, isn't it? When it starts overtaking a logical statement made as base as possible. It's a bit of a challenge from now, right? Because I am doing this series of things. I challenge anyone. What is the simplest geometric proof that you could come up with that links to reality? What is that proof? How would you do it? How would you put that together in the most simplest way for anyone? Whatever model you have, what would you do? Must be getting fed up making those accounts on that spam bot. I think everybody ends up getting them. YouTube spam bots. Thanks, Mod. I think somebody caught it before I did. And you think about the logical process that you have to go through for the water level. We had a guy in here just a little bit earlier on that has a drop at every point, but that drop isn't an elevation change. how anybody can say that. How can it? It's a contradictory statement. So contradictory, it's unfathomable. How can you have a drop all around you, but it not be a change in elevation? What sort of state do you have to put your mind in to be able to comprehend that?
Aporia, state of mind.
A drop, but no drop. No change in elevation, but a drop.
It's unbelievable. Like how a sane, logical person can think that.
How you could put yourself in a position where you say it.
Yeah, never mind, think it, then repeat it, say it out loud, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then tell us that we're the ones that don't understand. It's getting rather embarrassing. That's where they're going, Mr. L. That's where they're going. It'll not be long. It'll not be long before they're saying, if you think horizontal is a straight line, then you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that does seem to be where it's headed. If you want to talk about mathematics and grids, you're a flat earther.
Yep. Perpendicular. If perpendicular is only a relationship between two straight lines, look out. If you go with the mathematical definition of horizontal and vertical, watch out. There's a group of people that are going to be coming for you.
But it would mean that all cartographers are flat earthers because their maps are flat.
Yep. They have to be. We did have a conversation with Ruhif the other day, and I think he was saying a similar thing. Or he didn't realise. That's the bit I was trying to cut. In a video. Are you guys out there listening in wouldn't believe the amount of stuff that we get said to us during the day. It's like living in Alice in Wonderland, and they're just trying to constantly come round and tell us what their model does. But there's only a couple of people that do it. And these people, I mean, yeah, they do have a model, but I'd say they're insane. Why would they want to come somewhere where we're just talking about geometry, basic facts, we go over tests that we can do, we meet up, we do stuff, and then these people want to come in here and tell us that they know more. In fact, they're telling us about their model like their model's under threat. It's not. Your model is in your mind. Don't let anybody take your model off you. It goes for anyone. If you have a model, that's your model. You keep it. Own it. But just try and not do the let your model dictate something that should be common sense, common notions, basic axioms. Yeah, I don't know what are we doing now. Where should we go? Oh, for basic. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can sort the whiteboard out. No, you guys in Discord haven't got it. Have we got any? Oh, yeah, I'm going to go over the whiteboard, guys, so don't get upset, especially if you've got a model.
Caution, paradox is ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to be upsetting anybody. Okie dokie. So, whiteboard. Transition. You guys can see that as well now, can you?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, what we've got here is, for instance, this is Bedford level canal. You would have one bit at one end and a bit at the other end. So you've just got two ends, and they're both level. So you could only put a straight line from one end to the other. All distances would be measured horizontally. Now, Jesse had a point midway. A midway point. Now, he had lights. He was at one end. And he put lights there and there at 48 inches. Wallace. Let me get me pointing pipe. Wallace had this was on a bridge at this end, and there was a bridge at this end, but he put a post in the middle. Jesse was at one end, and he was looking, well, the boat was at the other end, and obviously he put a post in the middle. Post here, observer. Same as Wallace, post. I don't know whether Wallace had the other bridge. Did he had to lift up above the surface or what? So, the idea is that you're looking from one place across the two. Now, Jose's gone. See you later, Jose. So you have one person here. Now, if you're looking along in this direction, I would say that stuff gets smaller in the distance. Now, it won't do on this one because this is an elevation profile that we're looking at it from one side along to the other. So you're seeing it from the side view. But if you were looking from here in this direction, this stuff here would be a little bit smaller because you're looking across the distance. And then this bit here would be even smaller. Easy. So when Jesse takes his view this way and he notices that this light here is higher than this light over here, or Wallace, for instance, they're not saying that this is level. What they're saying is that as they're looking at these lights are seeming to be at different heights because they're obviously getting smaller in the distance as you're looking at them. Well, what Jesse seems to be saying is that this one here is higher than this one over here. But water cannot do that. Like anybody will say, we've had a few people come down to us today. It doesn't rise here because you're meant to be the highest. You're at the top. So what you've got to do is you've got to drop it down here. This is what they're supposing. But rather than just that, this one has to drop as well. So this is what the model dictates is going to happen. But as you can see, it's not. It's not level. There is a drop.
So your level device would automatically detect that this is not level.
Yeah, and what's more,
And
you can
how do
measure
they
it.
determine? How do they determine the elevation at both locations? If they're equal in elevation? Did anybody look into that?
On the globe side, I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, he was 1.5 miles behind the first light, right?
Yeah.
How did they
He's
determine
here.
the ground elevation was equal at both points?
He said it was a lake.
Yeah, but were they? Oh, they were on the lake in boats.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He said
Thought they were on the ground.
of the lake at this side, he measured 48 inches. And then in the middle, he measured 48 inches. And then at this end here, he was at 48 inches above the water. That's what he said. So it would give you this. But
If they
because
were all
he's
on the
looking at
water.
it and seeing this one higher, he assumes that this is dropping. Same as Wallace. Well, no, Wallace actually. What Wallace, the actual picture for Wallace is assuming this.
Now that one rose up, right?
Yeah, middle one, higher. That's what Jesse, what Jesse's picture seems to say. Or what Jesse wants to be able to say is that the middle one is higher. Like that. Which water doesn't do that.
Sure don't.
Especially if you're here, then higher isn't a thing. But I don't know whether you notice as well or not. But higher and drop are words that they're going to have to take out of their vocabulary, because when they say higher and drop, they're actually talking about elevation. They're talking about the same elevation, yet wanting to conflate drop and higher into their understanding of equal elevation. I'm trying to use non-triggering terms like level and horizontal, but equal elevation now. Now, this is the thing. Equal elevation is a horizontal line. That's a zero change in elevation, no slope. This one, neither higher nor lower than this one, is called a level horizontal line. Equal elevation. But some guys with a model will tell you their model tells you different, but they don't. They don't tell you about this fact that this is how elevations are measured. Here we go. Right, so if this is a straight line, then this is the horizontal line that you measure. If you raise that up there, then you can work out the slope of this line, because you've got this straight line and then this vertical line. It gives you this line here, the slope. This has the slope to this line here, and it's measurable because we know and can establish this horizontal to measure from.
So Jesse's statement was just impossible in real life. What he told he did. It's rather impossible.
And Wallace as well, who was supposedly a trained surveyor. I don't think so. This horizontal line, this raise up of the middle, does not occur in reality. This water level doesn't do this. Not at all. The end of class.
And this level line, which is on your on your board, is level, could not be level, because in their model you have to dip down to match the last point of your observation. So it would be chord line, and you would had to dip down to observe this hump, alleged hump. It would be also out of level. It is impossible that this line in the middle, this chord line, would be level. Impossible.
I think going back to the old Twitter days, which is where I came from, the initial argument that I had was like Jesse, when Jesse came the other day, he was saying that there is a horizontal line from point A to B and then from B to C. But he said those horizontal lines weren't parallel. And I said that's impossible, really, because from A to C, there would also be a horizontal line set. So that means across the line from A to C, there would be 3 different horizontals, which is impossible.
It would be triangle.
Well, you can't have three different horizontals. It's just impossible to have three different sloped lines. There is only one, and that mathematically has zero slope. So you can't have accompanying a line with zero slope, two other ones with slope. Literally is impossible. With the rules of logic, that is. Excluded middle, obviously. You can't have three different horizontals. The law of identity. You can't have P being P and then two sloping P's as well at the same time. That doesn't work either. The contradictory one, law of non-contradiction. You can't have horizontal being a line with no slope and a line with slope at the same time, so it breaks that too. Sort of an impossibility to say it horizontal would be anything other than a straight line in one particular orientation. Everybody understands and knows, I'm pretty sure. The screen back. So that's the end of the whiteboard today. I've not really had much chance to sort this stuff out, but I do have the formulation of these proofs to be made simple. Ruhifs keeps asking us for a video about the water level test. So running in line with Saragaki and the very basic proof, I'm hoping to put together a shared straight line segment proof with pictures and stuff, geometric stuff. I'm hoping anyway. Watch the reflection again. So, I don't know what to be talking about. What should we be talking about now? I don't want to bash anybody and anybody's models. They're getting threatened. And I know everybody's already been bashed by the guys with the model. But I think they're realising at the minute that they don't actually have a model. Come to the side with no model. It's a bit hard to define something that you're not really that sure of. So what do you think if we get some more of those thingy shots? Because we did that when we were out live. I did a recording earlier of Ruhif, and we're talking about geometry and pi, which is, I think, is an amazing conversation. But there was still some talking in the background because when we filmed the footage that you guys are looking at YouTube now, we were doing it live. I was in Discord talking to everybody in the Discord channel. while we were out there filming that live. So this sort of stuff and these sort of conversations are the ones that are going on daily, but we also go out filming this stuff live and also take Discord with us. Anybody wants to come in and have a word about any of the stuff that we do, you're quite welcome. Come in the chat, click on the link, next level Discord. I'm just going to start promoting it a bit more on Twitter to get people in. I'm not bothered. I'll talk to anyone. Particularly if you want to defend a model against this basic stuff. But it would be nice if a few people came in that were genuinely interested. It's always better when people like Saragaki come in out curious about the logic, or, you know, just wanting to get involved with it. But we do have a lot of people that seem to have a model to defend. And good for you if you're willing to come over and try and sell a model. Jose was over earlier. He did a bit of a bit for the Globe cult. He's pitching his sales pitch. I don't think it worked. I don't think he got any takers.
But you said that you had conversation with Ruhif about pi?
Yes.
The same one or similar as with alpha? Or what? That the pi is...
yeah, I'll run you through it if you want. Ruhif came in this morning and he was talking about he is having a debate, but not really a debate. It's nobody else knows. Well, the other guy knows about it, I think, but he's not agreed to it. It's one of Nathan Oakley's guys, refracted curvature, Ruhif says. He's doing this debate, and the debate that they're doing is a debate about the sextant and how it's used. And Ruhif's going to do a demonstration of how he does what he does, and refracted curvature is meant to be doing what he does. Now, Ruhif says that refractive curvature can't do it because it can't be done on a flat earth, whereas Ruhif's going to do it. Now, what it really is a way for Ruhif to get somebody to complete McToons's sextant challenge. So this is a silly attempt to get them to do that. But in Ruhif telling us about how he does it, he mentioned 3 circles of equal altitude. Right? Now,
yes, so planar circles. So
well, that's what I asked him, because I said that would be Euclidean circles, right? And he said no, and I said, oh, so you're not going with pi? And he said, yes, I am. And I said, but pi's the relationship between the diameter and the circumference. And then he said, well, his curves. And I said,
yeah.
Well, necessarily then you must change for pi. And he sort of laughed at me and said, pi doesn't change. And I said, well, then you'll be using Euclidean geometry. To which I don't think Ruhif knew what to say.
I think that he didn't realize that on the spherical, on the sphere, if you draw a circle and curved diameter, the circle, the length of the circle doesn't change, but the length of the diameter does change.
Hmm.
So it is completely a different proportion. So I have no idea how he is going to resolve this.
No, he did disappear soon after that. But yes, you're very right. I asked him what number he did use for pi, because that would govern how much curvature there would be. But
Yes,
he
the
didn't seem
bigger
to understand.
The bigger circle, the bigger curvature of diameter would be. So it is not constant number.
Yeah, in the spherical geometry model. But like Ruhif said, pi doesn't change. But it is a necessity for it on the surface of a sphere to change. But again, it doesn't. And Ruhif knows it doesn't. Now that has got to be a contradictory thought.
Completely. But because on spherical surface, it has to change. It is impossible not to change. If his curved diameter has to change.
And when they say that we don't understand geometry and we don't understand their model, I say, I think we do. Think we understand it a little bit more than they do. Because we have the understanding of the Euclidean geometry to base it on. They don't. They don't even have a logical system to base it on. And without geometry or logic, I would say it should be very difficult to keep an eye on what you're meant to be thinking. Or the process that gets you along there.
That's new for me. This this curved diameter and pi being constant. It is impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you know it's a consequent of the model, right? They don't.
Of course.
They literally do not, because in their idea of what they're talking about, their spherical geometry is the two-dimensional representation of the surface of a sphere. And 2D is obviously a planar surface, which is impossible. That's why their contradictory thoughts are there. Even their model that they've been taught to go to is 2D. Is it any wonder they can't talk about their geometry and their geometrical model? I don't think anyone could.
And I think that Ruhi doesn't understand that if he extend this circle to the half of the sphere, the diameter would be half of a circle, literally.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of reduction into absurd, but I don't think that they understand what it is.
But you see, when you're doing that as well, you're completely thinking about Euclidean, aren't you? Even you working out the spherical stuff Is
Yes,
using Euclidean geometry to do that.
because there is there is nothing else but this Euclidean geometry.
I said that earlier as well to somebody. In reality, there is no other geometry. There's only one geometry that makes it into reality. That's Euclidean geometry. The geometry that everybody knows. All my notifications must have been turned on again. Yeah, so that's a bit of a video I've got, but because I didn't quite get the thing right, there's a bit in the background of us talking while we were out live recording the footage. So you might have to deal with that, but it needs to be recorded and put out there. The idea about pi. I mean, we have been over it. We've done a video about it. We did Brenda and pi. Ruhif's done pi now. Don't think there's anybody else brave enough to do that or explain it. I don't think you can. It's sort of a mathematical, geometric proof.
And it's funny that how the consequence of applying a model that you hold personally to, explain reality to you. It's funny that this pi contradicts your model, and you can still sit there and say, no, pi never changes.
Yeah, it's transcendental.
Yeah, but still argue your model. Pi disproves the model.
I think that if they say that pi doesn't change, they mean that this sign, this picture of pi doesn't change. It looks same. This pi picture.
I can see a bit of a thing coming, a little GIF or something. Because there's circles like a planar figure, isn't it? 2D. And pi having that ratio.
So refracted curvature is going to do normal planar circles, and Ruhif says that it will not work. It has to work because it always worked that way.
Well, they can draw circles as much as they want. But Ruhif circles, like he said, he imagines pi, but I don't think he realizes the consequence of what his model states. Which, I mean, I wouldn't mind going up against somebody with that. I mean, I know very, very little about celestial navigation. I always got stuck at you can do fuck all with the angle once you've measured it. Okay, that's where I ended up at. I wouldn't then attempt to draw circles that I say aren't Euclidean. Because that's what Ruhif said he was going to do. I mean, that's a brave opening move, isn't it?
And to state that he's already planning to do that ahead of time.
Yeah. Yeah, his debate tactic, if you're not aware, refracted curvature, is to say that he draws 3 non-Euclidean circles. There you go.
What would those look like?
Hey, they have the ratio of pi, supposedly, even though that makes them unequivocally Euclidean.
What were you guys referring to when you were talking about pi and Ruhif? What was the discrepancy there?
Well, you see, pi is the ratio of the diameter to the circumference.
Correct. Yeah.
Means that you can fit 3.14 squiddly dids, and then around the circumference of the diameter, right?
Right.
That's what it means. Now, that is a plain 2D circle, like everybody knows. The ratio of the diameter, which is a straight line, to the circumference, which is the collection of all of the points a certain distance from the center, right?
Right.
Now, that gives the ratio 3.14. Now, if you were to draw that on the surface of a sphere, say, for instance, put your compass point in on a spot on the ball, and then draw a circle, right? Now, the circle has a circumference, it's drawn, but the diameter is longer, isn't it? It's
going to be curved for sure. So
right, so it's longer.
Yeah.
So the ratio of the diameter to the circumference cannot be 3.14.
It will be smaller, and at the half of the ball, you will obtain the longest, so to speak, diameter, and this diameter would be exactly half of the circle. So the ratio would be 2 to 1.
2 to 1, yeah. Wow, that's interesting. That's cool. I never thought of that.
So whenever they say they're drawing circles, particularly with the 3 circles of equal altitude, like they say, then those ones have to be Euclidean circles, like Ruhif said. You have 3.14. That's a circle that everybody knows. This was brought to our attention one day when Brenda came to talk to us about Kant.
Oh yeah, that was a good day.
Pointed out about how it was a transcendental number and it's infinite, it never ends, and they don't know how it is, and it's always the same, it never changes, but it's required to change on a model. But, like we say, their spherical geometry, which is like a mind geometry, is the 2-dimensional surface of a sphere, which is impossible. So the moment you take that on as a concept, you've took on an impossibility into your mathematical structure. It literally doesn't exist. It's a concept, and a pretty terrible concept at that.
Yes, because the center point of this 2D sphere is outside of this sphere, which doesn't happen with normal circle, because if you draw a circle, normal circle on the paper, piece of, so to speak, flat paper, the center of the circle lies at the same or on the same plane as the circle circumference.
Right.
But in this 2D, allegedly 2D sphere, your center is outside of this plane. Of this sphere.
It's like it makes a cone, actually.
So this is absurd itself.
Wow.
Yeah, once you explode a logical system, then literally anything can happen, and it appears that a lot of people have took that on they've took that on and embraced it.
It is so strange to be in conversation with people like that, because they've accepted contradictory statements can both be true at the same time, which to me, that's of course ridiculous, because by showing a contradiction, you have proven the falsity of whichever premise you're starting on. So conversing with these people about proof, and especially geometry, because it's so visual, it's weird to me how the conversation just gets derailed into madness when you have something you can show them, you know?
Yeah.
So true, Suragaki.
Yeah. So here's another one where I think Euclid, all of these little gems that people don't realize. In the postulates, in the Discord, I've put that thing there. They can't see it in the YouTube. I've put, it says Phil describes level like this. And this is the third postulate, the one that they've actually kept as a postulate, and they've added the other two axioms, the ones that they kept, to these. But the third one says, and that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre. Well, like Papers just described, there is a maximum circle that you can have on a sphere. It's governed by the sphere.
Exactly.
Well, that says at any distance.
Exactly.
Cannot be governed by a sphere. Euclid wrote stuff in there purposely because he knew there were people that are trying to, well, I say he, they knew that there are people that are trying to
Obscure the truth.
Yeah, maybe it was wrote to cut through the obscurity that was already there.
God bless him if that was what he had in mind.
Well, I think there's many of them in there. Some of them are exquisite, I would say.
I would agree. Yeah.
A troll from antiquity, right? But not just any old troll. This is masterwork. The truth trolling. How about that? Whoa, do you like that? Could we get that as a good one? A truth troll.
And very, very annoying
Yeah.
for some people.
How about an Antiqua troll?
I like truth trolling. I could definitely do that. Yeah. Master. But yeah, I say Phil describes level like this is what they do. And a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre. Certain people want to describe level like that. It's a circle. They literally want to call level a circle.
They do call it a circle.
Yeah.
It's insane. Insane.
Yeah, but they use exactly the same description. If you ask them to define level, they will give you postulate 3 of Euclid. How to describe a circle. They won't know how to describe a circle. But they could definitely tell you how to describe level. The circle and this model is their paralogism. They hide it behind...
But they're always using the so-called center point of their sphere, are they not?
Yeah, they should read Euclid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and seriously. Euclid knows. It's formed upon logic, because it's Wednesday. A quick link to the trivium. Right? You cannot predicate, well, you can only predicate on something. You cannot predicate in something. So if you have a sphere, then how do you get to the radius? You don't. It's an impossibility. So Euclid wrote about the diameter of the sphere. Didn't mention a radius. That was put in afterwards. Solid geometry doesn't have the radius of the sphere. It's not mentioned in the definition.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, the radius, no, the sphere is the semicircle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, revolved around its diameter.
Yeah. It does only mention the diameter. It's genius because it's based upon a logical system. And if there's an impossibility built into it, then it's a flawed system. The Euclid group definitely knew that. And
Yeah, I
that's-
would agree.
I don't
would've
have
been
a
great
model to
too.
defend, but I mean, I can see beauty in a work of art.
Would have been a hell of a Discord channel with those guys.
I bet they'd have had to have been secretive. Or probably enlightened. But I'd definitely say that would be one of the things that you should be looking to try and keep. Because they definitely want to get rid of it. There are a group of people now that want to get rid of not only logical thinking, but this geometric proofs. Because none of these geometric proofs support a globe model.
Did you see that Euclid's point has been attacked by a certain ex-member of this channel or ex-friend of this channel? Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't understand it, and I don't think he does either.
Okay, just wondering if you saw it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw of it. I'm not particularly interested in watching the video. It seems a little bit strange to somebody to be attacking nothing. And what I find a little bit strange about it all as well is that it's linked to me somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I don't think I was the one that discovered Euclid.
It was addressed to you, actually.
Wrote it for me, apparently.
Yeah.
I found it in the back of the cupboard. No, it's somebody made me look into this sort of stuff. But I mean, it's always been there. I'm happy that I found logic and geometry and the group of people that we have found already. Hopefully more to come. Because we're not going anywhere. It's the other guys. They're going to be going somewhere. I don't know. They're going to be leaving us alone. We're going to be carrying on with this sort of stuff, hopefully. Looking at pictures of stuff and going over things. Doing more tests. Without the hassle of people that are triggered that their model's getting attacked. We're just doing stuff in reality.
That's it. No, I don't get why they would be offended by that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we should be going to the Bedford Canal soon. And when we do, we will be live streaming it again in Discord. Now, if I'm at Bedford and I'm live streaming it in Discord, I can't put it live streaming on YouTube. I can't do that. I don't have the ability to. My live streaming rig's at home here. where I am right now. If I'm out in the field, I can't bring all of this sort of stuff. So if anybody wants to come and get involved whenever we do go live in the Discord channel out in the field, it will not be live on Discord, on YouTube. There are things that only happen in Discord. And we do go out quite a bit, especially this time of year. We will be going out. We'll be doing Bedford. We're going to have to do a couple of beach runs. And I'm going to be doing some more filming. I'll definitely catch 2 or 3 more Fata Morganas this year. Oh, we'll definitely get there before Rumpus. Rumpus, I don't think he's be going in the next. I think we're going in the next 2, 3, 4 weeks or something. Hopefully. But I'm ready to go anytime. If Rumpus wants to do his test, we can all get down there. I'm pretty sure we can get a few of us together. But we're going to be going. I was thinking when we go, we'll be staying over the Saturday night and coming home Sunday. So we'll drive up there Saturday, do a bit of filming, do the night time. And then we can, at night time, we can do some lasers. We go laser waving at Bedford. We'll do that live on Discord.
It would be this weekend or next?
I don't know. I will let you guys know whenever we are going to go down there and do this. There will be a few of us probably that go down there. And then we'll do laser waving of the night time. And then we'll catch it early morning, I think. Early morning observations, although I think it'll probably be misty, but I mean, who knows the time of year? I don't know what it's like. Get a few time lapses. I say time lapse, just record video. I think we will take the auto level as well. Just so everybody can see what it looks like. What Rumpus is going to be looking for. We can live stream that to Discord as well. I'm just trying to sell the Discord channel a bit more. Because I get the feeling that this YouTube thing's going to be a little bit harder for me to do. I need to be moving into making some shorter videos, which means I might not be able to do the live streaming so much. But the Discord will always continue because there are people in here that inspire one another. Just me talking shite of a nighttime live. It's sort of turning into me rambling on about stuff. But the daytimes and all of the other times in the Discord channel, everybody's dead quiet. Normally, everybody's really talkative. We do go over all sorts of stuff. So this live show actually stifles the conversation that we have in the Discord channel. So we are going to be moving into a new, I could say post-globe, but I mean, it's never really been there. Moving into a new bit.
It may be that it is natural that, for example, some glober, let's say honest glober, is I think he would feel shame or some he would not have audacity to come on the live stream to discuss things, because maybe he would feel that he is too weak in discussion. Or so I think that it may be a psychological problem for people to go here live, for example.
I think a lot of people don't like hearing themselves as well. That puts a lot of people off. Public speaking is a bit different as well, isn't it? Once the pressure
Honestly,
gets on.
I've never listened back to any of the shows I've talked on. Never, not one.
Purposely?
Pardon me?
Purposely.
Purposely, yeah, I won't. Yeah, I don't like listening to my voice. I think I sound like an idiot when I listen to myself.
Oh, well, that's a shame because there's a few good shows, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I know.
There's some really good ones where I'm taking you to task, John. I can't believe you're listening to those back.
I know you guys are good.
I think.
Go on.
Well, I was just gonna say, Bev. I think maybe it's time for some others to step up here as well. If some of the live shows go on, I've been thinking about doing it myself. So we can try to maybe do some if people still want to see some live shows go on. But yeah, trying to do it every single day when you've got other stuff going on is complex for sure.
Yeah, I don't mind doing it. I quite like it, but I do think me doing this live streaming and all of that is stopping me from being able to do these little projects that I think I should be doing.
Yep.
These very simple proofs, like Saragaki showed us today, that there are proofs out there that are very simple, but they need to be expressed in a way that's palatable for people. And I don't think we can do that in a 4-hour live show or whatever. It needs to be compressed into a nicer format. Not that I want to change anything, but I do. I think if I can find a way to do those quite simply, then I think we'll be all right. Carry on.
So what's your plan? You gonna cut it down to like 2-3 times a week, maybe?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, Logos will tell us, but I mean, I'm obviously mentioning it for some reason, but mainly because if I'm at this time of the night, is when obviously the sun's setting. Okay. So if I get some really good times and it looks like I'm going to get a Fata Morgana, then I think I'm going to be better off going out there and filming the Fata Morgana than doing a live show. But I mean, I would still be on Discord talking to you guys. It just won't be live. So if anybody is around and they notice that I'm not live, come on into the Discord, and that's where I'll probably be. I'll probably be out filming sunset or something.
At your regular.
You can do it at everyone. No live today, but we'll be here on the beach. Come join us.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, you won't regret it, people.
That'll work.
Or John can go live and we can just all watch him.
Okay.
Well, one of you guys could go live.
Yeah, we can.
And you could broadcast what I was doing out there live.
Absolutely.
No, I was wondering if that was possible.
Well, somebody else would be able to do it, and they'd be able to use the live stream screens, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You need a certain amount of subscribers to go live, correct?
Not on YouTube.
No.
On YouTube, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, no.
Oh, really?
No. I don't know.
I don't know. I thought I heard somebody say that a while back, but
even if you did, we could go live in here, and show whatever Bev is showing. We could do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the
that's what I-
idea
We
is
can figure
really
it
to
out.
get people in here. This is
Yeah,
where it's
yeah.
at in the Discord chat, right? This live show is only possible really because we want more people to discuss this with. We hopefully want to showcase what we do, but what we do is talk to people within the Discord server about some good stuff. So yeah, hopefully.
But we'll be able to see what you're doing live in the Discord, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, always in the Discord, always live in the Discord. But yeah, it won't be live on YouTube. So if you notice we're not around, pop into the Discord and have a look and see if I'm live in there.
And during the day, you guys are just having conversations every day?
Yeah.
Oh God, I gotta come in early one day. I gotta hear this.
Yeah, you bet. You should definitely. I will second the
Definitely.
notion. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I
missed
try-
you missed a really good one this morning if you wanted to see what aporia was firsthand.
Oh shit. I try and do my other things during that time of the day, but I'm gonna have to definitely try and get some time in here.
Yeah, I told Bev this morning I'm gonna have to start setting an alarm clock for like 4 or 5 in the morning. Just because stuff goes on in their morning in the UK. Stuff's going on.
So
Yeah,
like
if you have
8 o'clock in the morning, there would be like what 3 here. Just don't
Yeah,
go
it's
to bed.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Just don't go to bed. Exactly.
Sleep is overrated, John. Come on.
this morning aporia was laid bare. If you ever want to know what that word meant, it was good.
Yeah, Buster's talking about the Ruhip conversation. It
And
was
none
like
of that stuff gets recorded.
2.5 hours. Yeah, I record most of this stuff, right? But wow, the amount of stuff that literally you get bored shitless if you knew the amount of conversations that we go over repetition. People say that we're obsessed. Well, we've had people coming in here for 3 or 4 years trying to convince us of the globe model. But it just doesn't work. Promise you that.
I mean, do they really think that we ignore an actual proof of a globe and that we would just discard it?
They don't
No,
know
it's
what proof
worse.
is. Go on. Sorry.
It's worse. It's worse than that. Like they'll ask you a question, and if you don't get the answer, if they don't get the answer they want, they just keep asking the same question, even though you've answered it. It's
I heard-
glorious.
Yeah, that was going on with Jose and Bev yesterday, I think.
Oh no,
Jose
this
wasn't
morning
getting
was
the- yeah.
this morning was way worse.
Ugh.
I would say that if it was any proof for globe, we will be the first who will discover this, not globers.
Yes. Yeah,
You're
because
probably
they've
right,
admitted
Paper.
they haven't got any proof. They will readily admit that.
Yeah, there are no proofs. There's only evidence.
And
We're
most
the
of
only
that
ones
is
talking
from the
about
sun.
proof.
Yeah.
And this evidence is like stars are rotating, therefore Earth is rotating. This is
Exactly.
their evidence.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was Jose's proof, wasn't it? Pictures.
Yeah, what did Jose say? Pictures. What was one of the other ones? Because NASA tells us. That was one. Books. That was another one. And,
Scientists.
Scientists. And because. The last
Yeah,
one was
and
because.
Yeah, just because.
Which I thought was very compelling.
Mhm.
Actually.
And pictures, footage from raw footage from space.
Have you guys checked out any of the James Webb images? Because I haven't. I was just wondering how they looked or anything, if anybody looked at them.
Yes, they're great.
Are they?
Bloods put one out a little bit earlier. You could probably re-put it out. It's up in the chat quite a ways if you wanted to look at it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's I think the guys that sent it out missed something because I think Bloods got a little bit better view. Yeah, it was really good.
$10 billion fantasy sold to the American people. Yep. Imagine how many homeless people you can, give them homes, jobs, the works.
I see so many people can be taken care of. It's ridiculous. Oh, don't bring that up because you get me pissed off when I start thinking about that.
I hear you, bro.
You don't think that they actually get that money, do you?
No, it goes somewhere else for sure.
It doesn't go anywhere. It's just it's a non-entity, isn't it?
Well, a lot of people think it's a money laundering system.
It is, yeah.
It is, of course.
There's
it is.
no way they spend that money. No way.
No.
My gosh, really?
10 billion, yeah.
I mean, I imagine they have to create a few jobs to make it look realistic, but yeah, no, they don't spend all that money.
What is it, 50, 60 million a day or some shit like that? Come on, man.
I could not spend the money after the first day. I'd be saying just stop giving it. I don't know how to spend it.
Even some of the best Hollywood productions, I mean, all the great CGI and everything else, it's like 2 days worth of NASA. Not NASA budget. All they do is go out and get some dude to Photoshop some shit, and either the dude's an idiot or they're like in 5th grade or something, just figuring out Photoshop, because that's what it looks like to me. I mean, Elon Musk said it himself about the fake Tesla in space, right? It has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Like, imagine believing that. Just imagine a person that said, "Oh yeah, there's a car there."
Right?
Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
No, yeah. Come on. What's Occam's razor, right? What's easier to believe? That they're spending that kind of money, not going back to the moon, not actually going to Mars, not actually doing much of anything except some fireworks shows every now and then, or that it's just a big money laundering scheme. What's easier to believe?
According to Werner von Braun, they were supposed to be on Mars by 1982. That was the schedule.
Easily.
So they're only about 40 years behind, and they're not even back to the moon yet.
But they lost technology. They lost footage. Previously, they lost whole footage from the moon and landings, and now they lost technology.
Yep.
So,
how does anybody accept that?
Easy.
It would be so well guarded, that information, if it actually happened.
You hear it all the time, right? How they accept that. And then in the same breath, what was it earlier that when Level was in here, put something in, gave SE a definition of something. Was it point source or something?
Yep.
It had other. What was the definition? Had something about other geometries, and you asked, "What are the other geometries?" and he goes, "Why are you asking something that's completely irrelevant?" It's like, dude, you had it in your definition. Holy shit. How could you possibly say it's not relevant? You had it in your definition. SE's only asking what you meant by that, but now it's irrelevant. These are the people we're dealing with. It's freaking comical.
He did use the FE pilot defense as well, when he said, which geometry? He said, all of them.
Yeah, when I asked him which one, all of them.
All of them.
That was a killer, that one. Yeah. How many engines have you flown? What type? All of them.
Apparently not the way I looked at it, though, is not Euclidean, though. Because, well, first he said Euclidean and then non-Euclidean, which means not Euclidean.
When he came back later on, he came back with just using Euclidean.
Oh, really? Just Euclidean?
Yeah.
Is that where the almost 90 degrees came from? I mean, assume 90?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't, like, they think Euclidean works for the globe, but I mean, there's literally nothing there. So they obviously know that they can't do not that. That doesn't work really within geometry. But I think these guys have been living in a world of fantasy for so long. They can literally make stuff up in their own heads to win an argument. It's half of what I've been coming up against over these last few months or whatever is the realization that people that we're talking to will literally make anything up for whatever reason. They don't even need a reason to make stuff up. Mainly because they don't want you to be right, I think. Or me. Maybe it's just me. Get the feeling more people are going to be having the same sort of problems, but...
Is it possible to lie to yourself?
Paralogisms.
Yes, it happened this morning. It was glorious. I was begging Bev to put out like 20 minutes of it. Sorry.
Really, huh? Shout out Ruhiv.
Yeah, which bit was it? The end bit, the pie bit that Buster's going on about.
Yeah, that was probably the best part, but my favorite was the 69 miles for 1 degree. And he said, what does that tell you? It's 1 less degree. But what does that tell you?
Yeah.
It was, oh God, it was awesome.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look for that. I remember that. Let me write that on the board. I've got that video in the cutting board.
I also feel like when they try to convince us, I think part of that is they're trying to convince themselves at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely their paralogisms that they're trying to work out. But they hit the bridge, and then they're forced to look at the paralogism, but they can't see it. So some sort of cog-dis reaction, and it's always different. It has been funny over the last few days, though, I must admit. You can literally see the point where they hit their bridge. Now, I think I can, anyway. And
yep, it's local. Well, that's one of the bridges.
Finding somebody's bridge is, I think, what I do. And that's why I don't think people are going to like talking to me.
They are staying on the bridge and they think that there is a hole in the bridge and they cannot pass. But there is no hole in the bridge. Bridge is all right. You can go. No, I cannot. I cannot go because there is a hole in the bridge. Funny.
Yeah, I think most people wouldn't see the bridge. Most people are just carry on walking, right? It's this model that's caused them to find this stumbling block where reality meets a model. Those two will almost indefinitely contradict each other at some point.
It's inevitable, so it has to be so, and they give up with logic for the model.
You gadget, but if you join the Discord, if you are lucky enough, you will catch Ruhif about 11 a.m. UK time, feeding his dogs live in voice chat. Gadget. Nice one. Yeah, we do have visits from all sorts. Ruhif's doing some poker thing at the minute. He likes to come in and talk about his poker. But we do get certain conversations because obviously he's model obsessed. And Ruhif is the sort of guy that likes to come in to tell us that he likes to come in to laugh at us. Not sure how well it's going for him at the minute because he's been doing more leaving than laughing. But if you want to see somebody who is delusional, I will have to get that clip. 1 degree for 69 miles. That Buster says that is that's one of the paralogisms that they have. It's just an angle. We had another one about the angle as well. I mean, there are so many clips that I've got through. I don't know whether I can sit through 2 or 3 hours finding bits.
Well, Ruhif's was right towards the end, right before he left, like maybe 20 minutes, maybe 30 at the most.
With his well, I think the pie thing shocked him.
Oh, dude, yeah, you totally
Didn't have a
worked
clue.
him over.
Yeah.
No. So you said what geometry are you gonna use? Spherical? What are you gonna use for pi? No clue.
Yeah.
He lost technology.
Are you sure about that?
But we're meant to be the ones that are... I think he did tell me, didn't he? That I was math illiterate or something. That was the response.
I don't remember that bit, but I do remember him stumbling bad on that one. But the funniest one was where you kept answering, it's just 1 less degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what does that tell you? Like, just on the horizontal, move away. Yeah, 1 less degree. It's just 1 less degree. That was funny.
Degree on straight on the plane, not on the globe. Yes.
Yeah, he said you move away 69 miles horizontally. The light in the sky drops 1 degree. What does that mean?
So if you walk horizontally, it means you are going straight line.
Yeah.
Because you have to measure angle.
And there's a 1 degree change. It means it's changed by 1 degree as you move 69 miles horizontally. I mean, you could keep doing it.
That was great.
Yeah, so we do have these very simple geometric conversations, which aren't difficult. They are geometric concepts to grasp and can be done by anybody. Formulate a logical statement through this geometry. I do have that clip ready somewhere. Mike says, I'd pay to watch Rakia play Ruhif heads up Hold'em poker live. He did say today, Mike, that he was shit at heads up. He admitted he's absolutely rubbish at it. He's no good at heads up. So I did tell him that, like, the best he could hope for now then in any sort of poker thing was second. Second at best, because he knows when it gets to heads up, he's lost. It is quite funny listening to him talking. He was on tilt this morning playing poker. And he couldn't stop. Tells you what sort of people we're dealing with. He's trying to have a conversation with us about angles and pi. While still being tilt. On full tilt he was. Playing heads up poker when he knows he's shit at it. But that's Ruhif. And we're alright. Ruhif doesn't watch this show. It's beneath him.
I was gonna say, right, because of his being stumped by the whole pi situation, it's clear that the people who come here and talk to us, they don't talk to each other outside of here.
Yeah, they can't talk to each other. That's the whole thing
What are they
about the
gonna
globe
say?
model. Yeah, they can't talk about their model. Because their model's different than that dude's model. And that
Yeah, you
dude's
hear them
model-
contradict each other all the time.
Yeah, if they contradict reality, they're bound to contradict each other when they make up their idea of what's meant to be, how the model works.
So how can it not click for these guys with all these contradictions? Why doesn't it click?
That's the big question, isn't it?
It's
Yeah,
got to
they-
have
they
something
do
to do with paraconsistent logic.
Yeah, it has to.
An
Yeah.
explosive mind, I think.
Yeah, it can't click, or else they would instantly go mad if it did click, or they'd have to accept what they never would accept, which would also make them mad. But then they just get mad over time. Either way, it's going to end up in the same place. Either way, it ends up in madness.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it does tell you that Euclid being an explosive logic unexploded, right? It's a thoroughly consistent. That teaches you that once you do explode the logic and allow a contradiction or something within it, your whole basis of the logic is gone. You can make fairies occur logically with an exploded logical system. You can make Father Christmas real. And that's how I think they've ended up with the globe model. They've only ended up with it because of an exploded mind. And whereas this idea of the exploded mind gives them James Webb and these billions of galaxies and all of that, they imagine it expands and gives them loads more. But really, it restricts them to a model. And that model is so restrictive that they don't even realize all of the contradictions that go along with the model. The only expanding that's ever happened is within the mind, and it's going to lead them to insanity, I think.
There are so many gaps in their model that if they want to cover one gap, the three another are rising. So they have to now cover three at one time. So this is funny situation. Funny. It is ridiculous situation, but it's going nowhere because they are trying to solve problem and more problems arises with allegedly solved problem. So it is without end for me.
Yeah. Well, I used to say the model that you make up probably has got a few polyfiller gaps, right? You quick polyfiller that whole, you'll fix that one. And oh, there's another one that needs fixing, and I'll just try and make up an excuse. And by the end of it, you should realize that the entire model is filled up with polyfiller. It's just a polyfiller model. There's nothing real there at all. It's made up with everybody's polyfillered sort of replies to make the model still exist. Everybody makes their own. And then you're sort of bound by it. Once you have your own model and you've made it, you're bound by it because it's your accepted truth.
Evening.
Hey.
Hey.
We are live.
Just another example of giving up your sovereignty, isn't it? Your individuality. Join the group.
What today's live is about?
What have we been going over today? Sort of a bit of everything. Hump. Logic. Bit of trivium.
A bit of everything.
We've mainly been talking about what we've been going over with today because we've had people in over the last few days. They don't like coming and being on live. They don't like being known because they keep having voice changes. But they do that in the daytime. Go on.
I was just gonna say that's fairly strange, isn't it? That those people have to come in with voice changers. Wouldn't we be the ones that would need voice changers? You would think.
Yes, Kevin. I agree. Yes.
Isn't that very strange?
I've always thought that voice changes is bad.
Like right now, we have a guy in the text chat who will never ever grow the balls to come into the voice chat to say the shit he's just said in the text chat, for example.
Yeah, it's super interesting.
Yeah, it really is.
Is he got triggered by your proof of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular?
Yeah,
I think that's what he's come in with, isn't it?
it looks that way. Yeah.
Oh dear. I best put it back up on screen then, hadn't I? Sarigaki's proof. There you go. So it's on the screen now. We've got a guy in Discord that seems to be a little bit upset about what's he saying. He's saying, well, that's not only invalid, it's nonsensical. The word vertical is not a proposition. A little bit strange. He's also put horizontal is also not the negation of vertical. Where's he getting that from?
Negation of vertical? How do you negate vertical?
I don't know. I don't know
How
where
does
that
one do
is
that?
in
think that
Saragaki's thing either.
I mean, I have put not P for horizontal because it's perpendicular to vertical. I would say that definitely negates horizontal from being vertical. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But in we are operating with lines or planes, so it is opposition. Precisely speaking, this is opposite position. So I think that he couldn't express this correctly, but I think
But-
that most correct statement it would be that vertical is in opposition to horizontal.
Yes, I'd have a problem with negate, because to me that means that by virtue of having horizontal perpendicular to vertical, vertical doesn't exist anymore. Negating means, backing it out, doesn't apply anymore.
Yes,
I don't know. Could just be semantics, I guess.
It would be then denying that doesn't exist, but in opposition it is because in fact we are talking about position of line. So this is what matters here. So I think it would be best to say that vertical is in opposition, not
No, and I mean,
denies.
if you look at Saragaki's proof is based on things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. So he's
Definitely.
pointing out that vertical is P and horizontal and level is not P.
Correct.
That's what he's doing. He's just pointing out that the things that are the same are equal to each other. That's it.
Yes, of course,
Mhm.
of course.
And
But,
Wyszynski doesn't seem to understand that.
But at the same coin, if something is in opposition to other thing, it means that it is not the same in this regard.
Mm-hmm.
So because vertical line is line and horizontal line is also line, it doesn't mean that a vertical line is cease to be a line because it's horizontal, but it is not vertical. So opposition is between a predication, not the line itself.
I think we might have a case of what happens with an exploded mind, because this vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. All of these statements are obviously true, and
yes,
the
of course,
conclusion
of
at the
course.
end. But Wyszynski in the chat is coming up with comments like, he says, where's he put? It's Saragaki's post is not only invalid, it is nonsense. He says that's nonsense. Vertical is a straight line perpendicular to horizontal. Vertical is a straight line established by a plumb bob. Vertical equals a plumb line. Plumb is a straight line perpendicular to level. There's no nonsense there. But we've got somebody in the Discord chat that is obviously, I'd say, gaslighting. Is solo gaslighting though? I don't know what the point of it is.
Maybe projecting, because it has sense it would be nonsensical if it would be non sequitur, but everything is going from one to another in the proper way. So it is sequitur. So it is going. It does add. Everything adds here. So it is. It cannot be nonsense.
To say a plumb bob is a tool that we use to establish a vertical plane of reference. Would you consider that as a deductive conclusion? It is true everywhere.
In fact, a plumb line is vertical line. This is the same.
I mean,
everywhere.
What if you go? It's gonna be always downward.
Always, every time. Yes. Plumb bob will always be vertical. Wherever you get it out.
So that's a deductive proof.
I would say that's a
That's
self-evident truth.
Yeah, that's axiomatic.
Mm-hmm.
There's no deducing required.
You just get plumb bob is vertical. That's it. There's no adjustments needed or anything. Same as a water level. It just is level. I'd say it's elemental. Wazinski says horizontal is presented as the negation of vertical. It's not. It just says not.
What does it mean negating vertical? How can you negate vertical? Both positions exist.
It just says not, though. He's got the tilde at the beginning of it. It just says not. P. Not the negation of, just not.
It's opposition. This is true dichotomy. It means that in that regard, it means that horizontal line is not vertical line. They are both lines, but they differ in that regard. Horizontal and vertical. For me,
the
this
idea.
is simple.
The idea is Saragaki, and this is where they get so upset, because in saying vertical is not horizontal, it doesn't allow for the parallel vertical to the horizontal, which the globe model has. So that may be why he's getting upset, because sometimes he would want vertical to be horizontal. He would want them to be the same thing. That's why he's getting upset.
I believe you're correct, Bev.
I just don't know if I can entertain the idea of deductive premises, considering, for instance, like plumb bobs and water level. If I can use that as a deductive argument to build upon.
Yeah, Wazinski's showing his thing here.
For me, it's always true. It always comes true, right?
A deductive logic will give you a definite answer at the end. Inductive logic will give you a maybe, somewhat.
And yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah. So
In induction, you have to check your premise, and like experiment, this is induction. You are inducing some principle into reality to check if
Yeah.
it works. But in deduction,
Yeah.
you are inferring from what you see the principle, which is ruling this phenomenon. What you see.
Exactly.
So this is
So
deductive
the
thinking.
premise would be like, so premise number one would be level is horizontal, right? And second premise would be, let's say, water level is a tool that we use to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, whatever, let me continue. If I can entertain, the idea of deductive premises or not.
We are operating in mathematics rather, and geometry itself. So you can experiment because you can establish level and establish plumb line, and this plumb line is vertical by definition. So you can create a proof a posteriori. It means that you can say that let's assume that vertical is perpendicular to horizon, and you can hang a plumb line, and you can see that it is in reality. So you can assume and you can check. So both ways are open, deductive and inductive.
But the moment you use geometry in a logical argument, it will become deductive.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It means like the first premise A, you build on the level is horizontal, right? Well, let's if you even if you can say that fucking hell, a plumb line is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? That's always true. It's there. Say the deductive premise. It's axiomatic, and it's true.
Yeah, but you'd have to do something with them, right? You'd have to end up saying that those two seems to be what definitions you started off with there. Are you defining something as something? Because you have to then do something with that logically. It's not good enough to just sort of make two definitions. Oh, what have we got here? FE Reality Denial Club. I don't get that. Don't know. Seems a bit contradictory, your name there, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. I did do one today. I said horizontal planes only exist in reality. What's the globe model say about horizontal planes?
They cannot be planes.
I get somebody said I can't find the curvature, but the curvature of what? People are very, very vague about things. We'll be out most of the day tomorrow. I've got to send the car in for service. Oh, happy Bastille Day over there in France, people. And Gadget. We got fireworks and all that going on.
Is it in France now?
Got somebody triggered in the chat. We are just talking about measurements taken in reality and the actual geometric principles used for taking those measurements. Very simple. But appears to be another one of those people with FE in their name. And if we're going off the standard reply, I think that means that they're definitely not flat earthers, doesn't it? I know this Wasinski is. He gets really upset about t-shirt logic and people talking about logic. So, thanks for coming, guys. You're keeping the chats happy.
This is the problem with the model, right? As you pointed it out earlier as well. When they allow for absurdities like intersecting horizontal planes, they will end up with a situation where they have horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal. Oh, but I thought vertical was perpendicular to horizontal. Well, yes, exactly. That's the contradiction. That's the absurdity. That's the paradox.
But they can't see it.
Can't see it. And it's however you phrase it and tell it to them, they just can't. And I don't understand how.
They're the videos I want to be doing. Pointing out how absurd some of these contradictions that people have to walk around with in their head. It's tough. It must be really, really difficult. Especially for you to imagine that you're correct as well. Every time. When
yeah, on a blatant contradiction. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just not see a blatant contradiction that's right in front of your face. Yet you still imagine that you can tell people that they don't know what they're talking about. And they're actually like school children, right? I mean, that's what we've had over the last few days, isn't it? People coming round imagining that they're talking to little children, but not being able to see a glaring, massive contradiction that's right in front of their faces. And that's the globe model, 2022. I don't know who's going to be listening to us, but I mean, if you do have a globe model, I don't have a model. but I am quite interested in talking to people about where this model comes from. Where do you imagine you got it from? Because when you scrutinize the model, it's always found lacking at some point or other. It's now. He's getting upset in the chat. Can we, he says, there is no paradox to intersecting horizontals. Saragaki, I think you just told him that there is a paradox there that ends up with, like, horizontal at a point. Bit of a paradox because a horizontal is a straight line. Needs 2 points. So there's got a problem there. But then, like Saragaki did say, you're going to end up with horizontal being perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah. And at that very same time, you're going to end up with vertical being parallel to horizontal. Imagine that. That's a big paradox.
The only one that isn't allowed is verticals being parallel with verticals. Of all of the weird concoctions that can occur, the one that can't occur is that verticals are parallel to vertical. You can have vertical being perpendicular to vertical and vertical being parallel to horizontal. But you can't have vertical being parallel to vertical. On the globe model, that's the one thing you can't
model,
have.
yeah.
Which is fantastic because perpendicular necessitates you have to have them parallel, at least within the mathematical framework. There is no paradox to intersecting parallels. Who said intersecting parallels? Did you see that? Did you see the mistake he made? Okay, I'll go and get it for you guys in Discord. Look at that. I'll get it on there. I need to get it on the screen.
Yes, Wazinski wants the line vertical to a point. So I am trying to explain to him that you cannot have a relation line related to a point as vertical, because this is nonsense.
It says there is no paradox to intersecting parallels. But it goes against the definition of parallels. They do not meet. So yeah, there's an instant paradox generated as soon as you intersect parallels. That's terrible, that. And then he goes on to say, unless you're stupid as F and can't grasp basic geometry. It's a guy called FE Reality Denial Club that's saying There is no paradox to intersecting parallels. Intersecting
that.
parallels. Holy shit.
That would be like perpendicular lines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no
he's
paradox
now
in
saying,
calling them
he's
parallel,
now
right?
saying what I thought, right? Because you did say horizontals being, and he's put, I meant, where was it? Where does it say? I meant to say horizontals, not parallels. But he did write parallels. So as he was thinking horizontals, he was thinking parallels. Because all horizontal planes are parallel. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So it's quite understandable that he got horizontals and parallel mixed up.
Yeah, because two planes parallel to the same third plane are obviously parallel to each other.
Yeah.
Ooh, goes to horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So what does that tell you?
Yep. All horizontals are parallel to each other. So it's understandable, FE reality. The statement that you say about horizontals is just as wrong. Horizontals don't intersect either because they are parallel. And he's making the claim now. Horizontals aren't parallel. In reality. Just in geometric proofs and mathematical proofs. And actually in reality, yeah, as well. Provably in reality. But and if you want to come in and challenge us on this fact, come on in, Discord. Next level, Discord. Click the link. Come and join us.
I would especially appeal to the people who have an open mind, let's say, who are not just gonna come in with, you're wrong, I have a model, listen to me, you know. That kind of behavior is kind of childish over time. You may want to, you know, put yourself in a position that the learning process can go both ways.
Wazinski is still trying to tell you that there's something wrong with the logic and you need to fix it. I mean, that's how deluded people are nowadays.
Yeah, and once you've told them that their interpretation is wrong and you've given them the reason for why it's wrong and explained it to them, they're just gonna maintain their original position and keep telling you you're wrong. So
Yeah.
what can you do at that point?
You're never
Yeah,
going to
the-
give them the answer they require.
Yeah, they
Mhm.
just ignore, like Jose. He just ignored what you tell Bev. You told him 3 times his response, and he completely ignored it.
Yeah.
Isn't
Same
that
with Rudolph.
Simon face next to his name? Or am I seeing that improperly, incorrectly? Looks like Simon Dan's face next to Wazinski's name.
That's a role. That's a name that they have for a role within the server.
It's what we
The-
call a familiar. You're either familiar with that or familiar with logos.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
But so I guess we might have to change that because Simon Dan's going, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's gone.
And he's fucking big gone.
Well, he's never really been able to have a chat. All right. FE Reality says, because on a sphere, every vertical is not parallel, and there's an infinite amount of them. Thus, the same for horizontals. Thus.
Well, you know he must
On
be
a
right because he
sphere.
used thus.
Yeah.
So I stand corrected. Sorry.
Problem is that horizontal and vertical are not established on a sphere. They are established in the air.
Good point. At any point, you can establish a horizontal and a vertical. It's very strange that they like to come and chat in the chat, but never actually come and have a conversation about this. I mean, that would have been very good. Specifically, I think in the Discord chat, you could definitely do two, a geometric proof off within drawings. You could put your camera on and do a drawing of what you think your proof is and formulate it. If then you could easily do that. Has Mobius done a new video?
Did I say this the other day? I don't think we did it in the voice, but I'm pretty sure from experience, just speaking on my own experience here, that some people seem to have misunderstood the term proof by contradiction to literally mean the opposite of what it does. Because that's, to my understanding, that's the modern name we want to give the reductio ad absurdum argument. Show that something is absurd because of the contradiction it leads to, right? Some people seem to have taken it to mean the other thing. That if you can show that there's a contradiction, then that's a proof that the contradiction is true, actually exists, is actually real. I think that's partly what you're up against with some of these people.
I don't think they look that much into logic, you know. I really don't, but I think you might be right. Yeah, some might have heard proof by contradiction means that if you can prove the contradiction, then the contradiction is true.
Yeah, it sounds like that to me in some of these arguments we've had.
Because they know so little of logic. That's just a concept they have.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Yeah, a misunderstanding of contradictions. Because there's no logical framework to tell them that a contradiction is wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you can have these people say stuff like, there is no contradiction. When you point one out to them, that's their response. There is no contradiction. I'm not sure what goes on in some people's minds. It's hard to track along when there is no logic there.
You don't want to fucking do that to yourself, buddy. You don't want anything. You don't want to know anything goes on in anybody's brain.
Yeah, thank you.
You'll get lost and never fucking come out.
Well, here we go. Wazinski. He says, in the bottom right, you've even got not P equals P. Which would be true if you hadn't errantly defined not P to be horizontal. He's crazy.
Yeah, he's grasping at straws now because I've just simply told him that his original objection was wrong, given him the reasons for why it's wrong, and just stuck to that, like, your objection is wrong. So now he's changed his objection to this, grasping at straws, which obviously anybody who saw the thing on screen earlier, I've written the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle, and the law of double negation. Twice.
As a
Just
bit like
as
a border.
Yeah, exactly. Just like a border around the thing. That's just to make sure that that's part of it, in case anybody wants to know, to be able to point out this is what it is. And then then he's gone and done this.
Yeah. This is the lens that they have to come to. They have to misunderstand the laws of communication being around there to show people how vital these basic laws are within the formulation of logic. And yeah, we know why they're doing it, because they have to alter those basic laws at a fundamental level, right at the beginning. That's where this magic trick's performed. To the logical framework that surrounds everything that they're going to formulate their ideas on. Interesting.
It is interesting, the lengths they have to go to. Because then this guy specifically now, right? He's not going to convince me that I've made an error when I know what I've done. And he's trying to tell me I've done something different to what I've actually done.
Wow.
So he's not going to pull that one through. So I'm thinking, was it SE who said it earlier? He's just trying to convince himself. But
have you seen
this is...
is not horizontal the same thing as vertical? What's that about?
Where do those questions come from?
They're nonsensical questions. It shows like an exploded mind.
He's trying to get you to somewhere, and I don't know where he's trying to get you. But
he's trying to fill his own head with the answers that he requires. So the nonsensical questions are just coming out. That's what's happening inside this guy's mind.
I'm sure that's more than likely.
That's exactly what it is. It's what I've said before too, and SE said it today again, just what Saragaki said. They have to come in here to convince themselves. They read their own words and they go, yeah.
Yeah, I went over there and I told them.
Yeah, here's what I told them. Didn't say that sound good.
I can't put myself in that position, so I have a hard time believing that's what it actually is.
Well, they've had people like Rumpus and everybody set it all up that we are the ones that don't understand. So anything that anybody comes in with, no matter how nonsensical or anything, they can always walk away with that idea that we are the ones that don't understand.
Wow.
Which may be a truth statement, right? Because they're literally talking nonsense that cannot be understood. So yeah, we don't understand it. Like you're expressing your inability to understand it right now.
I guess I'm blocked. I guess.
I don't understand it either. I don't understand why they keep coming in here.
And the thing is, I try to understand if they're making sense in their statements, but I'm just not finding it. So it's not like I ignore what they're saying. I do listen to what they're saying and I read what they're saying, but it's just not making sense. I'm sorry.
Which is a lot of the time, right? You have to be careful because that sort of thing sometimes will lead people to think that they are the odd ones out.
It's true.
Yeah, if there's enough Wazinskis in a room, then you're going to be the one that thinks that you're the odd one out.
It wouldn't bother me anymore.
No, yeah. But, you know, to somebody just coming into this,
Oh God, yeah.
it's not good, is it?
No, that's big time peer pressure.
And so I don't know who Wazinski is or whatever. We know he's not going to come into the chat. And there are a lot of people out there who probably rely on people like Wazinski to come in here and tell us the nonsense.
Yeah,
I think he.
Sorry.
I was just going to mention, I think he came in around the toothpick tangent time, the twin tangents.
This is the first time I'm seeing him or her.
Yeah, it's definitely coming with the problem with the geometric argument, right? Because he's taught nothing else other than the logic and the geometry. Got everything slightly wrong and just goes round and round in circles. He's one of those people that just sticks on one thing and wants to hear you say something. Betty? I don't think so. Maybe, though. Maybe. I've got a really bad understanding of logic, so maybe.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, right? For this to work, yeah, you have to talk to an unsuspecting person, right? That is just wanting to talk about logic. Yeah, let's go about it. Not to an actual globe. They have already thrown the logic out the window. It's not going to be an honest conversation. Which it's shocking to even say out loud. Like, who would just throw logic out the window readily like that? But that's what I've experienced for the last year in here, and it's mind blowing and eye opening for sure.
You think?
Yeah.
Logic has to be abandoned in order for the model to work.
Yeah, that's disturbing. That is the most disturbing thing I think I've come across.
Sad.
Oh, it looks like Ruhif.
And not only is it that logic has to go, they fight for the opposite, the unlogical.
The paradox.
Yeah. They fight for the paradox, yeah.
They fight for the paradox by denying the paradox exists. See, that's completely contradictory, but as you should expect. The full contradiction. And why is Ruhif posting his video channel? His YouTube channel in here? What's that about?
Is that Ruhif's picture?
It's the one he uses, yeah. He got it from Twitter. Well, I think it first came around on Twitter. That was the first time I saw it. He's hidden most of his videos, though, I think. Or has he opened them back up again? Did anybody click on it? I'll have a quick look. Oh, we finally have a debate scheduled with refracted curvature on McToon's live channel. The topic is show by way of worked example that celestial navigation works on your model. It will take place on the 19th of July, Central, July, 8 p.m. Central US. McToon will provide 2 sets of elevation angles, and refracted curvature will have first choice of the angles. The initial part of the debate will be showing how you achieved your position fix using your model. The second part will be a question and answer between refracted curvature and I. And the third part, I'm hoping, will be a Q&A from the audience. Rohit? Hope everyone is keeping it flat. Boom. I hope that was us. I hope we got refracted curvature. I hope he heard the new tactic to take. Pie. Hand in pie. Give that man a pie. So if anybody wants to know anything about how they do celestial navigation, Ruhif, the master celestial navigator for the globe model, I'm pretty sure he's got a sextant. At least he must have a sextant. But he does have a theodolite. So maybe he might be using a theodolite. Or, well, I don't think he needs to, does he? He doesn't need an angle measuring device because McToon's handing him the angles. We did have a conversation about this morning. When is that? When's the 19th? Oh, it's a bit off yet. Let us know a bit nearer the time, Ruhif. It's a bit too far off. And no cheating as well. You're getting your early angles off McToon. Or all the working out sums from McToon. I'm keen to know. How many angles did he say? Finally have a debate. McToon will provide 2 sets of elevation angles. What's a set of elevation angles? How many in a set? Does anybody know how many angles there are in a set? Set of angles. 3. Makes a sense.
Two sets of elevation angles. Like just hand over a set of angles and like
3
here.
angles. Yeah, here's 3 angles.
Run with this.
Tell me where you are.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. Both of them. 3 angles. But not triangles. No. just
No, of course not. Yeah.
3 angles.
Yeah, you just showed earlier with the infrared camera how it's impossible to find the distance from you to the horizon. So, yeah.
Yeah, just 3 angles. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this. We've been asking how to do this for ages. And we're going to get 2 people. Flat earther and a globe earther. And they're both going to do shit with an angle. My geometric model says it's impossible. But we're going to watch 2 guys with a model do miraculous things with geometry. They're going to apply their model to geometry and do wonderful things with angles.
Yeah, I thought it'd be good.
Yeah. I'll give it a good build-up for you, Ruhif. We can help you out with that. Try and hype it all up. Woo! Ruhif. And I don't know who. Does anybody know refracted curvature? Is he responsible?
Yeah, he lives down the street from me.
Does he?
Oh, wow, really?
No.
No, he doesn't. He's on his boat, is he?
That's probably the best place for him, yeah.
But again, he doesn't even need to have a sextant with McToon's challenge.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. I've just been listening on YouTube. I had to get in here and just say one thing. With all these angles that they're dealing with, none of this shit works without their stupid magic book.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to preempt anything.
I know. I'm preempting it for us.
Can I ask you, Rob, since you brought it up?
Yeah.
Since you brought it up, I'm gonna ask you: does it work with the magic book?
Well, that's the only way it works. Like, that's the only way you know where you are is because they've calculated where certain stars are above certain points on the Earth.
What map are you using?
Right, like that's their magic book, is using that model.
If you were just thrown out in the middle of the ocean, blindfolded, not knowing where your starting position was, can you figure your position even with the book?
Not me. No.
I'm just saying, would it work? I'm not asking if you could do it. No, that's not what I meant. Can it be done is what I meant.
Have you ever seen anybody do that?
No. But isn't that what they're gonna do?
I don't know. I don't
That's
know.
not what they're gonna do.
You're going off here.
They're just gonna match. Yeah. They're gonna match shit off their stupid models. Both of them. Sorry, I had to come in and just say that. Somebody had to say it, and I'm the flat earther.
Yeah, but Rob, I still don't know how either people with either model are going to actually do it.
That's why I had to ask, right? Does it actually work with the magic book?
I agree with you 100%, man. That's why I had to come in and say something like this. Doesn't make any sense.
Hey, fuck you, Rob.
Oh, what time are we at? Oh, could have been gone for a little bit longer today than usual.
It works because of the magic book. I think I'm roboting or something. I might be cutting out here.
Yeah, maybe a bit. I don't think it even works with the magic book.
I couldn't see how. I mean, I don't know enough about it, but just don't know how it would be possible. If you didn't know where you started from and where you traveled to and then started using the book, if you were just thrown out there, I would not want to be the first guy to try it out. I think you'd be lost at sea. I'd like to see one of these guys go out there without a radio, without a backup, and commit to something like that. I don't think any one of them would do it because they know they would. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll do it. I'll fucking be the guy.
No, it just, I don't know. But I don't know enough about it, so I could be missing some information. It just doesn't seem possible. And if you're building something, somebody gives you 3 angles and there's 3 different components that need to be set up at those 3 different angles, you can use those angles. But somebody just gives you 3 angles out there. What does that mean?
Three separate angles. I'm pretty sure Ruhif's not got that right anyway. I'm pretty sure that you'd need more than 3 angles, but who knows?
If you have a sextant, you should know.
I've only got one of those little toy ones. You know. It'd be like I don't know, like a P1000 version of the of a sextant. You know. Not really practical. I mean, does it measure angles? Yeah. Could you use it for navigation? Possibly. But is it a sextant like the Globe Gang got? I mean, I bet Sean Hawkins has got a couple spare sextants. He was big on sextants for a bit, wasn't he?
How would you use sextant on a boat when you're bobbing up and down?
Well, you just measure an angle, don't you?
Yeah, but if you're constantly moving, how do you get your set point to measure the angle? I'm just curious. I'm curious.
John, he just told you. You just measure the angle. You just fucking do it, bro.
I didn't get it. Sorry, Beth.
Yeah.
All right, I haven't heard Bev say it, so I'm gonna steal it from him and I'm gonna say it. Tennis globe.
Wazinski's got something to, go for. Can't see how people can see such simple, basic logic and then have a problem with a border that you've put in there. Because that's all of his specific errors are. Crazy. And if anybody other Globe dudes are watching, maybe we would like to explain what Wazinski's going on about in the chat. Talking about Saragaki's basic proof being wrong somehow. Come in for a chat. We're always open for people to talk to us. Specifically about logic and stuff like that. Yeah.
Specifically, if you want to come and tell me that my proof is wrong, then bring logic. Don't just bring because it's a globe. That's a really bad argument against an actual proof. I just wanted to mention that.
I pointed out that your purported proof has invalid negations and that it conflates propositions with adjectives. Very strange behavior. Very strange behavior.
He's shoehorned it in here. It also assumes a universal vertical orientation. Hint, hint, that he is coming from a model saying this stuff.
Yeah. But that is an issue of soundness, not validity. Now, doesn't that sound like Betty? Is that you, Betty? Have you been part of the WS group all along? Wouldn't surprise me now having you over here with that logic thing. Wonder how long it took you to get the nerve up to do the logic bit. Yeah, it could be it. Hey, Betty, come on in. Come for a chat. Or just bring your Betty character out again. Go on. Get your balls back and come on over for a chat. Does make sense that he's the one flipping out over the logic, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, that would make sense, yeah.
Who is the logic guy? Yeah. Level bastard in the chat. Think he spotted him. Interesting times. Interesting times indeed. Right. Day is it tomorrow? Euclid day. Now, I haven't got a clue what we're doing, but I think we're going to go over the Bedford. We'll hopefully try and go over a bit of the geometry and all of that involved with this double hump drop. Maybe the formulation of a Dornagon, the natural consequent of it, at least, and the impossibilities of horizontal not being level. Would that be right? An impossibility of horizontal not being level. Because, like Saragaki's already proved tonight, they are inexplicably linked through equals.
I'd just like to say I don't believe that's possible. Horizontal's not being level.
Yeah. Right. Anybody got any other final words? I'm gonna get the Buster song ready. Anybody got any? No.
I just want to say fuck you, John.
Love you too, Turnip.
You don't understand triangle one, I think. We'll see how this goes. Man, I think there's a new Buster song coming, a new cut to one of the songs. I've not decided which one yet. But we've got to make something of this, whatever's going on at the minute. The breakdown, maybe another insane one, because they are going insane. Okay. Join us tomorrow, Euclid night. We'll try and make the best as we can out of the Bedford level misunderstanding about level and horizontal. Hopefully try and get you guys involved with the geometric proofs involved in all of this, obviously, because the Globers are going crazy about it. And then we can do this logic all day. Simple logical statements involving vertical and horizontal. Get ready. It's going to be loads
Bev,
more.
you'd be going crazy as well if you had nothing to bring forth to establish your argument, as you do, as we do. So you can understand the frustration and how it's going to build up, and probably into the madness you guys are predicting. Very possible.
Well, I mean, there's only a few people that are brave enough to come around here. The rest of them, like Blue Marble Science, he's done the wise thing. Just ban us. Don't talk to us. Be safer for them. They can live in the land of illusions. And when they talk to each other to bolster their own paralogisms, they'll be happier without us being over there asking them questions. Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. And join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock UK.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks, Bev.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. A separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the fifth postulate first. You call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand. Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question. You don't understand. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Thank you, Mike. You're just on your own. Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because it's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did you include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
You know? So you're saying... How does it show? Be quiet. Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can...
Oh, you can prove it?
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have... You call it the triangle axiom. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need... For fuck's sake. Sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You know? You're just on your own. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be just as I suggested. You just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. Thank you, Mike. Though. That's the problem. You can't. What's the only problem? Yeah,
it's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
The point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. And you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Be quiet. You're just on your own. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you. No logic, no wisdom, no worries. And you have explained that. You're just on your own. You know. Logic, no answers to questions. And you have explained that. You're just on your own. Right? That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles?
Be quiet. But not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption. For fuck's sake.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry, for Euclid it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that he couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? Huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
Thank you, Mike.
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You can't. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. But not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane, right? Thank you, Mike. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake. If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because he's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That's postulate or axiom. Why did he include that at all? Thank you, Mike.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
But not on the globe. So
80
you're saying, for fuck's sake, how does it show? How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not on the globe must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
not on the
cross on a piece of paper, are you?
Thank you, Mike.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe. You call it the triangle axiom. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
Just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, Mike.
No reason, no logic, no answers to question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly. But not on the globe. Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem